Come on. 1 out of 2. Alright, I'll be just ignoring YouTube today. I'm assuming it's YouTube we're still waiting for. Yeah, connected. Alrighty, welcome everyone. Today our challenge is to recreate, or rather this week, our challenge in Cbex Discord is to recreate or remix our oldest song, our first song. And in my case, the oldest song I could find is the first song I made in Reason 2 in about 2001. I initially hadn't found the sequencer. I'd been step sequencing stuff. I'd been told it was better than FL, and I was like, this doesn't seem better, but it's different and cool. And then suddenly I found the arrange page, and FL at that time didn't even have a piano roll. It was like pattern based step sequencer, and my mind was blown. And this was the first track, and it's actually not as bad. It's not the worst. I made worse things after, funnily enough. And before that, it was FruityLoops 2, and I can't find anything that old. So yeah, this will be the oldest one I've found. But while I get started, I'm just going to play some other music, more recent stuff of mine. And get ready, I will be with you shortly. I just figured I should do an intro for YouTube, especially because these videos are archived up there. But yeah.
It was a good age of movies and whatnot because they actually had people.
Holy shit.
What's up, Django? It has been a whole day. I haven't left this yet. Woo! We've had a couple people pop in and out of here.
It's been an all-day hangout session.
Oh, nice.
Continued on through
The party goes on to question marks.
Yeah. So yeah, I've just gone live. I'm going to start working on my reverse
old
sample challenge. I mean, old
okay.
track challenge. Yeah, old track challenge. So that'll be fun.
Very nice, very good.
Twitch, where are you? We were talking about the progression of my artwork, and then Fram ended up drawing some stuff as well.
Okay.
Doing Cbex stuff, which has been coming out pretty good.
Whoa.
You were telling, I forgot because it's been a whole day, you were already seeing the one thing that you ended up doing.
I saw Cbex one, yeah. Oh my god, I'm tired today. Where is the stream? There it is, Ustream. I'm lost.
You know, once you have like an image to work with, it'll be fun to play with, because then you can continue to play with the idea of the eyes and the cat. And
Yeah.
in different situations, you know.
Well, there's some art too that I want to be careful with, because like I would love to go the like Deadmau5 route with the really weird like eyeballs or like an arm on a body or some weird stuff like that. But then I don't want it to come off like that I'm taking off of Deadmau5. You know, like I'm okay. I thought it's a cool concept, but I'm trying to like stray away from it. And I know there's people that do like cat stuff and everything, but I was like, I haven't seen like the Cheshire Cat like smile and like the crazy music stuff and all that with like the band. I was like, you know what, I'll do it and we'll see what it comes out to look like, because I've been thinking about this for a while. I've always thought that I would just be like, hey, shut up and take my money and have somebody do it, you know. But then like after a while I was like, well, why the fuck not? I might as well. Part of my friends,
you have to design it.
Yeah,
you actually have to help design it. They're just
and now if I wanted to, I could, you know, ask Fram to like maybe do like an interpretation. If it was like, hey, I'll give you some money and like here's what I want, and maybe draw it in like or like different artists, how there's different art styles. Like I could have somebody do like a Jelly Bear kind of more cartoony, more bubbly, or I could go to somebody that does like serious anime stuff, you know, and it's like, hey, could you draw this as like an actual like serious anime character? I don't know, give him a devastating moment, make it look like he was about to eat something and it like fell onto the floor. Like one scene he's got a fork full of food, and the next scene it's on the floor, and then the next scene him on his knees yelling why or something, and have it be like sushi or fish themed since he's a cat. Random thoughts. It's one of those things where it's like you wish you could just like plug your brain into stuff and like either have like a canvas and like use it as a printer, like yes, this is what I'm imagining, beep, 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 and just have it come out. So many notifications. That's one thing that drives me crazy too. I think I seen yours, Django, the other day where you had like somebody's Discord had like 150 some messages in red, someone else had like 56 and all that. If I see any messages on Discord in red, I go crazy. I'm like, no.
Oh no, I ignore it completely.
I can't. I'm like, I gotta get rid of it. I can't have it sit there.
It's only if I see it in mine or Cbex that I check. And like I see notifications for Shroomhead's one, but I don't read all of them, so that one often says unread. It's only really ours, the two that I check. The rest I don't care too much about.
It's just people too often ping everyone.
Oh yeah, that too.
And that's where the notifications stack up, mostly. Stream announcements.
Or that's a lot of it. Or like people talking in chat about just like random stuff, like, hey, at everybody, did you like linking stuff, like check out, like you'll do it sometimes with like some of the VSTs or whatnot, like check out all this, or hey, this is on sale or whatnot, like. And if you have 2 or 3 channels doing that, they start to stack up over time.
Yeah, at a certain point, it's like work, and it was supposed to be a nice, fun, good thing, and then turns into work. So yeah, it's better to, you know, only join channels that you want to be a part of the community of, like at least a small piece. You know, if you know the person, you can really support them by being in their channel.
Yeah.
Well, it gets because it's like I use that as a way to communicate with you guys if it's a direct message. Like sometimes that the bloop bloop, like the alert doesn't go off. So like if I have it as a clean slate and there's no messages there and I see it pop up, like I usually click down really quick and I'm like, what the hell is this? Oh, okay, nothing important. And then I might clear it a little bit later, but having like 100 or so, I'm just like, oh, that's so many scroll wheels that you need to go down. Grass. Barnacles.
seem to have improved my levels, I realized Discord wasn't fully up in my Windows volumes compared to other programs. So if I turn ROM down and not turn CBEC up as much, and then turn the overall Discord level up, I've now got a nice balance.
Nice.
Because it could just be that
Using all three.
could be that ROM was loud and not that CBEC was soft, if you know what I mean. Or it could have been a bit of both.
Oh, I'm probably in my soft.
You were a bit, but I've leveled stuff out.
I have CPEX volume at right now.
I have to like speak straight up into the microphone.
Oh, welcome. Yeah, it makes a big difference.
Yeah, I have you at 97 with my volume crank.
This morning, I made a batch
That'll
script
change.
that starts all the programs I need for streaming in a row. So Winamp for my startup visuals, the timer called Snaz, Restream Chat, OBS. I've now got the keyboard, the thing that maps my foot pedal to key presses. That has to open as well. So it's like, it was just getting ridiculous, you know? So many programs. The next thing I'd like to learn is if there's a way to get it to position windows. Like actually tell it where and how big to put an app. Like Restream Chat always comes full screen and it's such a pain. Like it should remember my position.
Gating going on. Your voice is gating.
My voice is gating.
Unless that's just your connection. Could just be your connection.
Oh. Okay, well the mic's a little closer to me now. Shouldn't be gating. My signal's hot.
It's not. It's just your connection.
Huh.
It just sounded like gating.
Okay. Strange. Stream looks good. Connection-wise. Jeez, so you guys have been hanging out all day. It's amazing.
Yeah, all day party, man. We still carry the vibe. We carry the torch. Are we also doing like the like the all day like music hangout challenge week? Instead of streaming, you know, we could just do that. We could just like keep it going, you know, in a room, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even necessarily have to do music either. Like, I've been playing games for the past, like, probably 12 hours. I was playing Raft, and now I'm playing RimWorld. I did music earlier, but like I said, I'm just kind of, like, burned out at the moment. I don't feel like... Maybe tomorrow when I wake up,
Oh yeah.
or
Yeah.
after I go to sleep and some stuff, I'll probably feel better, but...
Can't go 24/7 for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of these weeks I would like
So,
to
like-
do just go through other projects and get them up to speed, because at the moment it's sort of, yeah, time is limited. Bam. So my foot pedal now, and I can switch scene from my startup screen, and then I map the same shortcut in Winamp to close it. So close Winamp in the background as well, which is pretty sweet. Because it also has like global hotkeys.
That's super nice. So you can press like F keys and
It's like Control Alt Shift / or something.
You know, it might be cool. It's not a challenge, but just a week of like, or a day where a stream where we hang out. Like we get up early, you know, and start a stream early, and we just hang out with people, and like they come in and they share their just random projects. Like, hey, do you have a really cool track you want to like open up and show me what you did? Kind of thing, you know, because I feel like that's the part of the challenges that's quite fun. And You know, it doesn't have to be a challenge for it to be good material to look at and like learn from and stuff.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So not necessarily
Yeah,
a challenge. Okay, I got you. I was like,
just
what's
like
the difference? But no, I
just
get
like
you.
review, just go through people's. Hey, I'm gonna load this track up. Okay, let's check out so and so's track. No, you know, invite people to sort of bring or join in and hang out and share their chat or share their DAW in
Yeah,
Discord.
it's funny. I've now made a video on like a chain to have a monitoring chain in Reason and how to set it up. And I've done it on stream once, but I still haven't saved it as a damn template. So I'm doing it again. I'm like, okay, I must save it as a template this time. This time it will be saved as a template. So I want span, maybe oscilloscope or sure. I sometimes like to see a bit more than one quarter note, or especially on the master. So I'd rather grab, what is that plugin called? Smexoscope. Else. Go and watch my own video about it. Isolate.
And smoke weed.
Smoke some weed.
Whoa, trippy.
Extra dank, 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 dank.
Be back with the meme controls.
Just a pitch shifter. and compression and EQ and noise reduction.
The list goes on.
Yeah, it's just this one thing.
Oh, and a gate and bit speed and
What else do I like? Oh
this
yeah.
is my voice without any effects. Am I loud enough? Probably not.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
What about now? Overly loud? Too loud?
Not too loud. Good.
You're back 2 seconds.
Allows me to kind of talk from out here, I think. I figured out that sticking this piece of fabric over my mic prevents wind.
Oh yeah, I've been thinking about doing that. It looks a little bit tacky on stream, but I don't really know if I care.
Yeah, not a big deal.
I think what I should do is have these on a bypass. Be like the way to save CPUs to switch them off completely. But that button isn't mappable, which is a bummer. Be cool to just have a switch that switches them all on. I don't know if this bypassing the whole rack, I don't know if that does it. It's fine, I guess. I'll just switch on the ones I need.
I made a pretty cool kick today out of me just going.
Oh, cool.
Just a symbol.
My mastering chain also needs an update. Ah, nice.
Something like that. And it turned into
Whoa.
Wait.
Huh. So I think that's cool. I wonder if I'm hearing it at the same quality as it would with a screen share. Because I think mic audio gets noise reduced by Discord.
Oh, let's see here. Let's do a quick.
Do sound a little bit watery, like spectrally.
I do sound watery?
Slightly watery. Like it's doing stuff to your voice.
I am using noise reduction. So
That's it. Yeah, that's it. It's subtle. Okay, let's make this.
Oh, I'm not using noise. I'm not even. God, I sound watery right now.
A little bit.
What the hell?
I'm sure it's just Discord.
That's probably to do with I'm monitoring my own voice at the same time. So if I speak loudly, I can hear myself on my speakers.
Okay.
So
There's a bit of a phasiness to it, yeah.
That has to be it.
Low shelf. Look like that. Just setting up an EQ that's on the master inside Reason. And I want 2 bands somewhere. And got a low shelf. Got a high pass. 2 bands, and then I want high shelf. Nice kick.
I'm gonna throw it into the samples channel if you want to pick it up.
Cool.
My Doof kicks are getting better and better. This one's got some meat on it. Although I did not. I think the one thing I forgot to do was do the side cut from the low.
It sounds micy to me, so I don't know. I'll hear it in the Discord and compare. In fact, yes, chuck it in. You say it's in samples.
Yeah, it's in samples.
I'm gonna turn stuff down in Discord.
I mean, who knows? Maybe these kind of kicks are scary.
Yeah, no, I can hear it better. I think I'm not hearing you in stereo when you play through, as it's through your mic.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, they don't leave the stuff unaffected. They try and cancel out any music if people are monitoring the chat through their speakers or whatever to prevent feedback. They've got all sorts of algorithms. I know.
Super high tech. It's like really good shit for sure. Like it's gotten so good over the years. Remember how bad Skype used to be?
Oh man,
how wretchedly bad.
Used to be pretty bad.
Like so wretchedly bad sounding, dude. It was like mind-numbingly irritating to use Skype.
Yuli in there. Okay, so we don't need Yuli in there. Cool. So I've got EQ. I've got a compressor with not auto makeup, please. The most annoying feature ever. I mean, who ever needs auto makeup? It like never sounds good. It changes the relationship between your different bands of multi-banding when you.
It's so you can hear the effect of the compression, and so you're not fooled.
It perpetuates the myth that compression makes stuff louder. And it's like, no, that's not what it does. The opposite of what it does.
Yeah, and you don't hear it in the volume context. Like you're not following.
Yeah, especially in a multi-band EQ. Like, a multi-band compressor in this case.
So it's auto gain on a multi-band. Yeah, that's kind of hard to follow, you know? Like there's multiple bands and like there's just
Set 2.
Because you're like
or ISP precise. Cool. Updating my template. Do I ever use this compressor? I suppose it's fine to have it there.
I noticed the only samples I ever provide are kicks.
Okay, I'm sure I'm forgetting something. Oh yeah, OTT. OTT on the master, boys. Not even joking. But it's on like 33%. And the highs are dialed down.
OTT
the out gain is turned down.
Are you just trying to like stir up shit or something by saying that? I'm just messing.
I know. It's funny though.
I'm all about weird shit, you know? Like, and it's not even weird, it's just utilizing technology and creative and you know, certain ways to your advantage.
Yeah. I just sort of vaguely remember where my settings were. I've got it sounding kind of nice at some point, and I was like, all right. Sometimes I switch it on, it sounds better. Sometimes I switch it on, it doesn't. So it's there.
Man, I wish that you guys had an Aventone mix cube so that we can all translate mixes perfectly. Like, if you imagine it, it'd be the easiest way to say whether or not your mix sounds cloudy or muddy or whatever.
Right.
You know, you just switch to that speaker and you're like, okay, it sounds like a full song in this limited speaker. You're good. Or it sounds muddy. You need work. Like that. I tested my the last song that I started, and it's like super like wall of sound, like loud. You know, it's just not definitive enough. You know.
Right. This chain I found was making stuff louder, and it shouldn't. So turning down each band. Sort of a multi-band split. Each split has a compressor and camel crusher on it. Also very, very, very gentle settings. And sometimes just chops things without being audible. Like as soon as you go above 25% or something, you start to hear it. It's the voodoo. And I actually...
You're just trying to add harmonics in various places, right? Certain kind of ways to mix into.
Yeah, I found it also just gave me like a little bit of headroom on the final meters. Back in the day, I used to use it. I was like, it was the first thing I found that kind of got my stuff loud. Was like a touch of camel crusher before hitting the limiter too hard. And the peaks, the limiter seemed to just be working that little bit less, you know?
It's like a tube drive?
Which is the control in camel crusher? It is the tube, yeah. And it's like, it's barely moved up at all. Compressors on, interesting. Is it on all of them? Huh. Oh, alright. Well, maybe that's also why it was louder. Cool. I'm going to save. Wait, I'm not done. Editing my template. Not exactly riveting content. Did I already delete it? There, I've got this old sidechain source selector.
This right here. Oh no, weed fell out.
Oops. Oh, you're sharing stuff.
I was just sharing my weed pipe and claiming that it's riveting content. I'm gonna go smoke it.
Joy.
Get riveted.
This. Oh, I've got a resampling channel. Goes out of it goes out of the master. It goes out of. That's cool. It goes out of. I need to move this window so it's visible to the viewer. This is a resampling bus, so I switch this on. And then I can record into Kong or one of the drum machines in Reason. That's pretty sweet. Cool, so that can stay. And I guess I can tweak these reverbs. I feel like they're all a bit too big. I'm just going to bring the decay down across the board.
Did you say resampling bus? So it's like a dedicated, like...
It's a send.
You record.
It's a send on the back of the Reason rack. Next to your like hardware outputs in blue here is like 1 and 2 is where the speakers are, obviously. If your sound card has more outs, you can use more outs. But then it's got inputs and it's got a resampling input. Let me zoom in. From, oh here, resampling input. So this guy goes into your drum machines and samplers. If I open up drum, you click on this button, start sampling. It starts recording from that send. I've just wired a send to that recording thing. I don't have any sound at the moment, so yeah.
That's smart. You know what? I'm going to add to my template. I added, on the right-hand side, how it's like there's some send tracks that are stuck over on the right in the mixer on
Yeah.
FL. Well, I'm playing with that. Whether or not I want sends, I don't know.
Right.
Effects sends, like I don't use them. Whatever. I use like unique send kind of stuff per track. But anyways, I put an input over there where the sends were. I just labeled it input for my, like a record input or whatever.
Okay.
And the idea was it's just for my mic, so I can just like click on that. I know that's just, I made it red, so it's like, live or record channel or whatever. But you just gave me a great idea. I could send other tracks to that. Just to record like certain, like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's handy to, I don't know.
to-
You could have an Edison in it. It's kind of the same thing. It's just Edison built into each sampler. You can access it from any sampler in Reason. And it always records from that input.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's pretty cool. Okay,
like
so
the
I'm going
idea
to
how, like,
save this.
brings the sample in kind of ready to, play with and use in
Right.
drum. That's cool.
I think Reason saves in a Reason folder in your music folder. The template songs, I'm going to call this 2020. And then I'm going to go into that folder and rename it. Do I have to close it though?
Gotta rename it.
Let me just make a new project. Close this one. Ah, shit. Another thing I do. Just join all the windows. They're currently detached. Is it thinking about that? No, it's not. There we go. All the windows are attached now. So when I Alt Tab, it's one window instead of 3. Much easier to manage. So I'm going to hit save. Close. Now we're in a new project. I'm going to go back into the folder. In music, Reason, template songs. 2020. So all the templates are named .rsn demo. And the normal Reason files are .reason. So it's just a case of renaming the extension to .rsn demo, and it becomes a template file. I guess it was their demo songs originally. They didn't want you to be able to modify them, so they were like read only, and they were kind of like a template. The same thing. Yes. Okay. Now, preferences. Change my template from 2019, 2020.
Can you put Slice X in an insert channel?
Ooh, that would be interesting, I suppose.
Because you could record with it,
You
right?
can record with it, theoretically. That's a good point. A very good point.
And then try it.
Okay, so now I can go new, and it should use that new template that I made. Bam. This could be folded. That could be folded. That could be like that. Oh well, I'll change it in the next save of my template. There's always more little things you can tweak, you know. But it's certainly a lot cleaner now. What's that?
You cannot load it.
That's weird. So have you tried dragging it from the browser?
It says you cannot load it.
So how are you supposed to record into it? That's very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like
Google it. Google it for us. I'm curious. Okay, so now we can finally start with the thing at hand. After that riveting content, do I still have the file open? Yeah, no.
riveting.
These windows attached. That's the old document. Okay. Tab to the mixer, to the arrangement. Importing my old song. Gonna give it a play. Hearing nothing.
Maybe we were just tripping when we thought we could record into it, because I don't see a record button.
Huh.
I just loaded up SliceX. Yeah, I thought I saw one at some point too. No?
I seem to have screwed up. I'm seeing levels on the master, but not in my speaker. Ah. Oh, ah. Oh, this is turned off. That was an accident.
I just realized this song, the last song that, the song I'm talking about, I should have used SliceX for it. Because then I would have been able to use more than just a single, like...
Oh, slice of the track. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Boom, it's blowing my mind right now with that thought.
I like Fruity Slicer best because you can actually do some time stretching right on the front panel, and it's like you don't have to go into a sub menu and stretch the thing. And I don't know, I have never gotten good use out of that stretch, out of the Edison time stretch. I just don't know how to use it, I guess. To actually get a start tempo and a destination tempo.
I don't even believe I've used.
So this was definitely a subtractor base. Sounds like literally the initial patch of subtractor. Pretty funny. I mean, it was my first Reason song, so. Let's get PXT General, which gets my push to control to send notes to Reason. Hell yeah. Does sound like there's an LFO on it though. But yeah, I don't need to recreate this. We're already there with that. I'd instead want to reimagine it somehow. And also, what tempo is it? Is there a way to not hear your DAW sound in your current? Woohoo! Sounds trippy. Yeah, it's definitely louder than your voice.
Oh, so this is sharing.
Yeah,
Oh God, still.
it's proper loud.
My bad.
All good. I don't think I knew what minor was at that stage, but it seems to be in C minor. Actually, I probably did. I think I had piano lessons. I knew some basic scales, but I just didn't understand how to make chords and that you would use the scale to make the chords. That link was missing for me for like a good year. And at some point, when I figured that out, it was like another mind-blowing moment. It's like, oh my god, I can play chords without it sounding awful. I don't think I knew what portamento, mono legato was. I learned that from another Reason project, like some other demo project. There used to be a website, like a community, a Reason community on their website where people would upload their songs. And I used to download so many songs and just like trawl through the project, figuring out how they made stuff. I feel like that's a forgotten resource. Like, I suppose FL has demo songs. I seem to remember looking at Logic demo songs, but they were like all audio, like everything was rendered. I'm like, there's not much you learn from this. I suppose you can hear what each thing sounds like, which is kind of helpful. And maybe some of the stuff had effects on it. But like seeing all the MIDI, and I don't know if I can hear you, Seabeck. Just occurred to me now that I haven't heard you in a while, and there's no little glowing light around your voice. Okay. Still nothing. Data had a MIDI keyboard, and I'm fairly certain I didn't. So this is a pleasure. Should also figure out what tempo this is. So what you can do is disable stretch. And then tap in a tempo.
Testing.
Yeah. Let's try 90 BPM. I hear ya.
I have no idea why it internally mapped. I'm in channel 3 and 4. I'm positive I was in 3 and 4, but I just switched it to 1 and 2. I'm plugged into 3 and 4, but in Discord it just switched it to 1 and 2. Apparently that's the right one because you can hear me.
Huh.
Okay, whatever. Weird.
Can we shift stuff? Oh, it's in here. In the comp editor, you can shift stuff left and right. If I remember how. I think it's just turning snap off with S and then dragging. Hell yeah. Yep, it's 92 BPM. some cool stuff in the song. Like, as far as a song to recreate, there are way worse ones I could have chosen that weren't my first or oldest. And also, I realized I had FL or FruityLoops 2.54 before this. And it was like one note per lane, so I used to duplicate. I remember having like a guitar sound, and you could key it around. Like there was a rudimentary key thing, and you could tie notes together, kind of like a 303 type thing, but it was visually it worked. You could tie notes together and draw them monophonically, and then I would duplicate the track and do the next layer. And I remember making this crazy rock song. But I wonder if I have a friend. I wonder if he has any of my ancient music. I used to send stuff to him, and I know he liked that one. That would probably be the oldest thing we could track down.
It's so fun, like listening to old music with friends and just reminiscing.
Yeah.
Remember this?
Okay, I'm going to record this bass in. Oh, come on, metronome. Don't fail me now. If anyone's in the chat, say what's up. Says I have two, but it could just be you and Rom. What's up? Yep, you dudes. I guess Rom's on mute.
Oh no, I'm chilling. I'm just kind of zoned out in this game, yeah.
Nice.
Same. I'm
Weird.
just listening to you make
It's like
music.
5 a.m. and I'm
Oh,
super baked and still going on, you know, like, so I'm just kind of like, I'm just up here, guys.
It's
And then I
chilled.
just had lightning strike, so like,
Oh
in
wow.
the game I'm playing, since it's a dry environment, lightning bolt hit, and now everything's spreading fire throughout my stuff, and I'm trying to deal with it.
What game did you say that was?
This is RimWorld I'm playing. Pretty addicting. I have at least probably like 300 hours in it. It's a lot of micromanaging and just controlling a little colony. The
Okay.
objective of the game is to like build a ship and get off the planet, but
Okay, yeah, I hadn't heard of that one.
I tend to draw it out a lot more, and my hoarding mode comes into play, and I'm like, I gotta build the best base and have more food than my people will ever eat, ever.
We should stream that. We should play that game together on stream sometime. That'd be like Parsec. Sort of just like.
If you played it like a normal, like good version without like crazy mods, I could see it being interesting too. Because you're deciding the fate of the people, you know, like, ah, crap, should we make food first or should we do this? Up, Seebeck, our guy's starving. What do we do? That's it.
Yeah, I think that would be a fun game for multiplayer sort of. What do you call that when you connect via Team Viewer and you play a single player game with two people?
Oh right. Co-op, kind of.
Yeah. Hot seat. or not exactly a hot seat, but like. It's definitely cool. There's quite a few games that are neat in that way. I sent a cool, funny picture in the chat, which, by the way, I made the chat like right next to the lobby just so it's, I don't know, convenient and linked somehow.
Cool. Picture. Get it here.
What is this conversation? Dude and this person are talking about power armor suits. Joked about botch surgeries.
Sorry, what am I looking at, Steve-Eck?
So there's like a random picture, or okay, so there's, I have like a song in
Oh, it's pointing to the
like,
kick drum.
it's pointing to like some peak in my
In the
waveform.
That's so funny.
And the video is about the easiest vocal de-essing trick. And there's like this line,
Massive
an
peak in your
arrow,
waveform. That's great.
and I literally didn't set that up.
Just happened that way.
It yep. I just thought it was kind of funny catch. Like, my program's slightly transparent, so it
White.
plays over things.
Sweet, we got bass. What's next? Oh man, a shortcut to solo. Creepy pads. Still not sure what direction I'm going to go with the drums, whether it's going to be like hip hop drums or electro drums. Straight drums, swung drums. I'm just sort of starting. Figure it out as I go. I kind of thought I might come into it with a game plan. Like, nope, that ain't happening today. Too tired. I'm wondering what I made that creepy pad with. I'm guessing it might have been Maelstrom. Because I used to use this thing a ton. It fascinated me. Oh man, everything feels so small. See if there's a voice. Flies, I remember this one. You can slow it down. It's kind of like a wavetable. They called it a grain table. Grain table synth. You could slow it right down, and you could modulate that with stuff. You can modulate it with these other foes, which can be one-shots. And then there's all sorts of different shapes, including some random-looking ones. Ramps. That one was cool. I remember doing interesting stuff with a metal can. Super cool. Ooh, and it comes back at you backwards. That's so cool. It's like a forward-backward loop. That's totally in some of my old songs. Man, this was the shit. Noises. Epic thunder. Nasty. Ah, that's how that sound was made. There's a song of mine that has that in it too. Okay, I was wondering how I did that. Ooh, organ. Oh my god, I've had this sound the whole time. I've been wanting this sound. Like sitar music. Use contact with that. Nice bell. Chime. Sick bass.
Funk. Funk.
Sounds like it's a mixture of like thick as well.
Thick and funky.
Index seems to be where you are in the wavetable, and motion seems to be how fast it scans through them. Powerful, man. Well, 2001. This thing was cray. Ah, that's in some of my old tracks. And that. Man, I should use this more. Okay, restless doggo. 1 sec. Okay. Some trippy stuff. I'm sure Noisia or who was it who used Reason? Cohen Sound. I feel like they would have made a sick bass out of this. Could it be this? Don't think so. Don't know. Seem to have found all the acquires. It could have been a sampler. Could have been NN19 maybe? I feel like I should always because you never know. Name combinator. Switch that one off. And RAL or in patches the old factory sound bank. Voice. What do we got? Okay, maybe not. Try NNXT. Definitely an R. And this was pre-Thor. So that does help. We have a limited number of possibilities. Nice. Ooh. Man, this stuff is cool.
Pretty haunting
I
sounding.
might even use this instead. Ah, maybe it was that. Hmm. Okay, original reverb effect, shall we?
All right, fellas. I'm gonna get off here. I'm gonna
It's
go to
bed.
sleep.
Yeah, good plan, man. Take it easy.
Probably do the same. Yawn.
Sounded like you guys were imitating the sound.
Yawn to the fullest of extents. Alright. Enjoy the stream, Django. I'll probably lurk for a bit as I pass out.
All good, man. Have a good evening. Or
You too,
morning.
Professor. And good night. See you back.
See you guys.
Cheers, dudes. I was up till 2:30 last night, so yeah, I'm feeling the next day vibe. Not super great, but grinding. cool reverb, man. Reason knew their shit back in the day. And they still do. I'm sure some audiophiles would have some issue with it, but I like it. I'm gonna Control Shift, so duplicate, and Shift is for wire. Ooh, you know what? Now that I have my foot pedal, I could use the pedal as a mod wheel. Because I set port 2 to be controlling OBS, and port 1 is available. Let's turn off port 2 and 3. Huh, where's port 1? Port 1's the one I need. Okay, it's over there. That's cool. I forgot it's actually got a... If I turn this off, does it show here? No. Like made to be used with Reason, but I don't know what it's mapped to.
You got that $50?
No.
Well, come on, back you go.
Oh.
Huh. How did that happen? Thanks for that. Now I'm baffled. Don't know how I muted myself. Cheers. Thanks for the raid. I didn't see who raided or how many, but welcome everyone. So yeah, I am busy recreating a array. Should be back. Yeah. You
pug, you knob, you button head.
Thanks for the follow, Sub-Zero. I feel like I've seen your name before, but if not, welcome. Cool. What were you guys up to before you raided? Making music, or were you doing feedback? The track I'm recreating is a track I made in Reason 2 in 2001. It was the first track I did in Reason. I had just discovered this arrange view. So originally I had been sequencing stuff using redrums. I'd had it a couple of days. I'd been sequencing stuff in here, and I was trying to figure out how do you like chain your patterns together so that it goes between your patterns, because you can obviously sequence stuff like this, and then the next one, and you could somehow go between them. I hadn't figured that out. And then the next day or something, I suddenly found the arrangement, and I was like, oh my god. Because I'd been using FruityLoops 2, which didn't have a proper piano roll. So this was like, oh my god. And I guess I'd been dabbling with music. This isn't the worst thing I could find. Like, I could have found a worse thing, but the challenge was to find your oldest track. And it sounds like this. I'm not going for a perfect recreation. I'm going to try and remix it. I just want to figure out... I haven't figured out what kind of drums I'm going to go with. This bass was like default subtractor. I'm also wondering what the mastering was, if it was like if there was a mastering suite in Reason 2 back then. Yeah, man, thanks for the raid. Much appreciated. I feel like there's some major lag. I feel like we're talking to different... I feel like I'm talking to you in the past or the future. I quite like the kind of creepy pads and stuff. And I like the synth. So I was, I think, mostly using Maelstrom, Subtractor, and Redrum, I guess. The original Reason drum, not drums, the original instruments. So I made the bass. I'm not sure about this reverb send. Oh, we were going to high pass it. Yeah, I had a few visitors and then they were just going to bed when you raided, so good timing. That's what we needed. Okay. But yeah, curious what you guys were up to. It was like a feedback session or a production session or a DJ session. I'm now like paranoid, like, did I mute myself without knowing it again? I feel like the pluckiness could be a little less. But yeah, I can literally, you'll hear the original sound if I make a new subtractor. Just like the default patch of subtractor was my bass. Minus the reverb, and I probably had an LFO on the filter. Like a slow one. But yeah, so that was the sound. Wondering what a harmony would sound like. We might come back to that. And then the pad I ended up making sounds like this. We went through earlier on, I was browsing all the Maelstrom sounds because it's like a kind of like an early wavetable synth. So your index was like your wavetable position, and then the motion was how fast it scans through the wavetable. So if you turned it right down, it was just on one sample. So if I solo this, granted it's got verb on it, suppose we can. The sound at normal speed, if I reset it, I think it's control click. And the shift. So I figured that might be where I got the R from in the pad. And I would have had the default, the early reverb. Let's hear it again. Maybe I had a high pass on it. Yeah, man. Or maybe it was a band pass filter, I don't know. But yeah, I'm not going for like perfect recreation. I'm just going for like, what would I do today, basically. Can EQ the whole lot. I recently discovered this E mode because these bands are really broad. Like that is, whoops, alt drag. That is the narrowest Q you can have, and that's the widest. So it's very much like an overall sculpting EQ. There is a more precise EQ called the M class EQ, which is like a rack module. This guy. But it doesn't show you the frequency spectrum, and it doesn't have, I don't know, I don't like some of these curves. It kind of goes up before it levels out. They're just, I don't know. So I often use ReQ just because it's free on Windows. It's in the replugs bundle, Reaper's EQ. It's not quite as nice as the Reason. I mean, as the current Reaper EQ, the current version in Reaper, you can make it bigger. You can also, I think, scroll to change your Q, which doesn't seem to work here. You can double click to add a band, which doesn't work here. But for what I needed to do, just as a supplementary EQ to this, it's quite handy. But what I recently discovered was E mode, which makes it much smaller, but it's still not like super precise. But I do find, at least for doing cuts, this is handy to just like, oh, where's that annoying frequency, and flip it, you know. So yeah, this EQ gives you, you'll actually see, originally the EQ was just EQ section. Originally you just had these, so it's like modeled on an SSL. well, originally Reason didn't even have this SSL mixer, but when they added this, there wasn't a window like this. It was literally just the knobs, which is fine. You just use your ears. But yeah, this is the song from 2001 for John, who just arrived. Yeah, me too. I hope they do a lot of stuff to this still. Like support for modern screen resolutions would be nice. Like, I find this small, and I don't even have a high DPI screen. I'm thinking instead of the bongos or percussion, I might kind of I might make it into a melody or counter melody. But let's see. For now, we've got the pad. I recently set up my foot pedal, so now I've got that as mod wheel. I'm using Ableton Push. It's Push 1, using a script called PXT General. And with this, you can actually edit, like, you can put CCs on the knobs. You've got different scale modes. I'm using it in chromatic at the moment. And all this does is just sends MIDI to whatever DAW you're using. But this is pitch bend on the side. And you can switch somewhere up here. It says TS, touch strip type, is bend. So I can switch it to mod wheel, but to play both, I now have this pedal. Gives me a lot of options. I've also got on the pedal a couple of things for OBS. I found a little program called MIDI Key to Key. Looks like this. And this guy is taking my foot pedal, FPV Express, and giving it, like, I've mapped keyboard shortcuts to it. So one button is like Control-Alt-Divide, another button's Control-Alt-Shift-Multiply, or whatever. So I've got like various different obscure key combinations that I can route to hotkeys inside OBS and Winamp. So I found that yesterday. It's free. The guy has a video on his site to explain it, which was actually rather useful. Anyway, behind the scenes bull. So I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do with this pad. Welcome, by the way, Epilogue Sound. So it seems like I mapped some things to transport. So I seem to have a metronome toggle. No, I've got play and stop. Or just play, and I've got record. But it's all I need, actually. Most of the time, it's handy to have record right there, so I can see his click in Reason. I just switch the click on, record. Wrong track. Should be good enough. If John, if you're still there, when are you sending me your album, dude? So yeah, Pravda is a band I play in. I play drums sometimes, mostly these days I play drums. At some point I was a DJ in the band. At some point I was playing keys a little bit. And yeah, so we have a new album that we are hopefully going to finish in the next within the next month. So John needs to send me tracks to master. So yeah, let me know what DAWs you guys use, how long you've been making music. Oh sweet, Reason since 2.5. Hell yeah, man. I don't know if I want that modulation, maybe later. Or maybe I'll do the shift the other way, make it go deeper. So I recently bought a plugin called the Dodge Pro. It was on Plugin Boutique in a bundle for like $29 or something, and they were like, there was a sausage fattener rip off. I'm tired, not speaking well. But the main one I wanted was Dodge, which you can duck your lows, mids, and highs separately, or do them all in the main section. And you can set a frequency, you can like set frequency splits over here. You can set your speed here, so quarter notes at the moment. Right click to add a point. There's all sorts of presets, so there's ducking presets, there's like gating presets, rhythmic, basic. Dial it back, dial the mix back. This phase thing, although you're dialing it forward, where is it? Phase. This actually moves it backwards in phase, so like if you want this 0 to be right at the start, you can just offset it by like 2 or 1 or 2. Yeah, I don't know how that works in Reason. I suppose, yeah, I suppose I would just make a MIDI track. But basically, it's got different slots, so I could have like different patterns. And then this would be one key and this would be another. MIDI learn, there's MIDI learn, so I guess you could map it to something. I think it might have a default note already. But I guess MIDI learn's handy because I might want to send my kick MIDI to it, and whatever the kick is what it should use. So I haven't messed with that yet, but yeah, that is possible. At the moment, for triggering, I have that Air bundle. It was recently on sale for like $14. I have been using it for a few years. I bought all the Air plugins. I bought Expand for $1 on sale in like 2016. And then a month later, the full Air expansion pack upgrade was for sale for $75. And they've got a plugin called Pumper. And this one I sometimes use for triggering. Because in this, it's simpler, but you can do a fair amount. You can change the shape, you can change the release, you can change the speed, and you can also have it go by MIDI. And then if it's in a combinator, I just tell it to receive notes, or no, there's actually, oops, there's an alt. I don't know why Reason does that. Maybe it's just my version. Maybe it's a bug they fixed. But when I close plugin windows, it doesn't always jump back to Reason. It often jumps to another window. It's really annoying. One of the automatable parameters in here, where can I see a list here, is trigger. So you can actually have that on a CV or a button or whatever, and then trigger it individually. But yeah, I'm glad I wasn't ever like primarily a Reason user, so I didn't buy a ton of rack extensions because I wanted to be able to use other DAWs. And I'm glad because I don't really have the money to be spending on single DAW tools. Although now that we have the rack, which I haven't upgraded to Reason 11 yet, but when I do, to be able to use rack extensions, that opens up a whole new world for me. I really want to be able to use grain in Reaper. Reaper's sort of my main program these days. Okay, we've got that. Now I wonder about drums. I'm still in two minds about what sound to go for. You know what might work is some of those hip-hoppy drums by Bomb Squad. If I can find them, they're not in Drum Loop Supply, they're in here. That's dark. That one's another candidate. Dry snare beat. Like that one a lot. Not for this. That's another one of my favorites. Favorites, disco vibes. try this. What did I do? I click. Oh yeah, I have a system. I put all my drum stuff on this side. Turn off the run, maybe trigger it myself, if I can find it. Don't know why you wouldn't want it to respond to velocity. And then when you send the MIDI to it, it's all half velocity. I don't understand. It's like a really weird decision, and they stuck by it when they redesigned it. I guess I could go full velocity on push accent. Can I make them release and cut each other? Guess it would have to be monophonic. I didn't see a cut thing, but it's fine. For the sound, it doesn't matter. I suppose Kong would be a way to get them on the places that you would reach with your hand naturally. Let's turn the metronome on. Whoops, what's V? I don't know. C. What I wanted. Oh yeah, I've got a 75% quantize on. I might not mind. Because I then end up going and putting... That is a fishy looking link, my dude. I'm not going to click on that. You can let us know what that is, otherwise I'm going to delete that. Oh, music lab. Oh, I see. I don't think opening my web browser is an option right now, I'm afraid. I'm running a pretty old machine. But yeah, sorry, I've had people spam random links. And random not safe for work links. The joys of the internet. Let's add shuffle. Feels very straight now. what we can do is select all, open F8, note properties, give this like, think about 9 ticks randomization. Apply that. Not bad. Feels a little bit more real. Add that shuffle to the bass. These are grooves, by the way. So the regroove mixer is down here. The reason OGs will know about it. And basically, in my template, I've got one that's shuffled, and then one that's moving the notes slightly early in time, which is handy for claps. I'll just come in here and dial it in for a clap. Because you can add notes by hitting, a note lane by hitting comma. So now I could like overdub a harmony or something on top of the bass, or in the case of drums, I could add a hi-hat or a clap on its own lane. It's super useful. I've kind of stolen that in Reaper. I've made a shortcut. I think in Reaper it's Shift-Z, adds a new MIDI track. And in Reaper you can put them inside one another, sort of nested, and then they all send MIDI to the track, the parent track. So I'll have battery on the top track and then a bunch of MIDI tracks nested inside. So there were some hi-hats that in the original, and I kind of know what I was going for. I was going for like a real drum kit sound. I'm not sure if I knew back then, or if these were even an option back then, but in the NNXT patches, there are some nice drum kits. I also have Strike by Air from that bundle, which is quite nice, but I might just try a Reason thing since we're here. Try disco. Oh, I've got accent on. Try another one. Where's our kick? Away, I think it's a alt click. Okay. Oh, now it's triggering. Maybe it was still loading. Man, my fingers are cold. Latency is super high, but there's actually a couple of ways I could get around that. Apparently there's a thing called ASIO Link Pro, where you can stick it on your master and then output that to like a MME or whatever, your sort of non-ASIO sound drivers. So then I could use my native sound card driver instead of FL ASIO, because FL ASIO seems to have a higher latency, but it does send to OBS. Shows up in OBS as desktop audio. So that's how I've been doing it at the moment. Otherwise you guys wouldn't be able to hear me. Let's try and make this one work. Take away some of that harshness. E mode. That. Do we even need this then? Yeah, we do. Maybe just less of it. It's not the most deep multi-sampled kit, but it's fine for the hi-hats, I think. Might be cool to do that. And then the fill that I had was like a hi-hat roll. But yeah, let's just get 16th hats. I want to see if I can lower this latency though. Feels extra high today. It is extra high today. We could get away with 256, I think. Ah, oh my goodness, what a difference. Cool, still getting it there, that's good. Oh, wow, what a difference. I forgot there's a bit of quantize happening, which I don't want. And this might even be adding randomness to it. Let's just go no input quantize. I think I like the 16th better than the alternative. Kind of got into the swing of it after a bar or so. Oh, it's there, right. Not as loose as I thought it would be sounding. Not the worst performance ever. But I might give it a little bit of a tighten. 25%, let's see. like we also could use some compression. Go with recomp. Also free on Windows. I just like that you can see exactly what's going on. Gain reductions over here, ratios over there. Pretty much teaches you compression. You can also catch transients better by using this pre-comp, but for this seems alright, as is. You know, I could probably pitch the samples. Here I'll go like this. Oh, there's some. Cool. Hi-hats are in a cluster. That's very handy. How do you select more than one? Oh, it is shift. Earlier on I did that and it didn't work. Oh, maybe I did control. I don't know. Must have messed it up somehow. So all of these I want pitched down. Panning, maybe. Level as well, maybe. Even affecting the sample. Aha. like to layer this. I'm just going to drag it onto my drum channel, group it, and I guess we need to figure out where. Okay, that note is there. Found it on my keyboard, so I'm holding that note. It doesn't show you here. That's an update in Reason 11. Now they actually show you the note. So I guess the simplest thing would just be to sweet. So it's at the right octave. That's a good start. Just recorded in the note. See where it was. So yeah, this can be a hat. That can be a snare. And that could be another hat, or we could move it down. I think it's right click, drag. Oh, it's double click. You double click on a key, then it selects all the notes on that lane. So now I can just control up or control down to move it. We've got like a sub kick thing. We could map it to the kick as well. My bad. Because actually this should be the kick. Free kick thing. I can just turn the velocity down. And this was the extra hat. Cool. So it's kick, kick, hat, snare. Look for some samples. I'm just going to look in the drum supply. Yeah, actually, we should probably just use a 808 kick. Something soloed. Probably the break. Beefy. Let's solo my drum bus. Oops, we need to put the break in the drum bus. Floating this window so you guys can see behind the chat. Break is this guy. Send it to drums. Those are also drums. Oops. And then other things are all instruments. My velocity choice wasn't bad. For that kick, the softer one. That might even work. Ooh. I find these a bit too jumbled, this drum supply. I like the older, well, maybe I'm just used to the older ones. I'm used to the naming convention. I could sort of see who made them. And TSB was always the, like, nice hip-hoppy drums. Feel like we could still use a toop, like a fundamental whack from like an 808 snare. I just want a low pass. So each of these is a separate, as an individual output. So 3 would be 3B because it's the second redrum in, like, layered on top of each other. So here's that snare, the second one. And I can solo the low band. Let's just mute the other one. Of course I did the wrong one. That's kind of what I was looking for, it's just the thud. Without it. Super dark drums. It's not my forte, I'm just messing with it. Might also make sense to high pass the break. We still want some knock, because the 808 doesn't have that knock. It has the thud. Okay, a little less rumble, but still in there. Let's stick a reverb on this snare. So redrum 1 goes into the top mixer, redrum 2 goes into the bottom one. And I think there's a way to daisy chain them, so the sends, what are these? I basically managed to get the same reverb sends on both mixers. This is some old school reason routing. Okay. We click on something that's not going to show us all these cables. Oh, okay, there we go. Chaining auxiliaries. So what does this say? Left and right. Connected to mixer 1, send left. Send. Oh, mixer 1 copy is this. Should just be mixer 2. Send 1 left, send 2, send 3, send 4. So those are these send knobs. These are the send outputs that go to the reverbs. So this is the output that goes to that reverb, and so on. So instead of sending them to a reverb on this mixer, I sent them to the chaining sockets so that they go to the same reverb. Something I learned at some point in my Reason life. So what that means is I could send this snare to the reverb. It's quite nice. Bigger one. There's already knock in the other kick. That's kind of what I would call knock. So we can dip that, I think. We could layer a click, like a top part of a kick. Yeah, like a 606 or something. And then I'll just high pass it over here. And here's our crossover frequency. But it's got a bit of a resonance to it, this crossover, so I'm going to turn that off and use my old re-cue. Could possibly trim the sample. Undo. Edit sample. Turn him down. I'm on high contrast mode in Windows, and now and again it messes with things, but at least we can see the waveform preview down there. So I'm going to go trim, crop, and actually crop it some more. Crop, cool. Fade it out like that. I think I might have to sidechain them. They definitely seem to clash in places ever so slightly. So, a trick I have learned some point in Reason was if you use the compressor, effects, M-class compressor, we want it on our kick. If we tab to the back, it's got a gain reduction CV output, so we could send this to another compressor to make it duck. However, I don't want to hear the gain reduction. Hey, what's up, Brandon? Thanks for the sub the other day. Thanks for the follow. And welcome. I am in Cape Town, South Africa. How do I get it to do that? So I need to maybe use a splitter signal. And utility. Audio merger splitter. Let's take this in here. What am I doing? Splitting the signal. So it will go in there. The audio is coming from this into my spider. Then we'll have a split that goes into the compressor. Fusion. Yes, a split that goes into the EQ. And do that. Stuck it in the wrong place. So want this EQ come in here. Then one set of audio needs to go out the mixer. That's this guy. And then one split goes into the compressor, but doesn't come out the other side. Thanks, man. I'm glad you enjoy. So yeah, so from this compressor now, we're not actually hearing it do gain reduction because we've sent the signal from the EQ into this. One split is going off to the mixer where we hear it, and the other split's going into this, which I'm going to get nice gain reduction showing on the meter. We're not hearing it, but what I can do is use the CV output to trigger another compressor, i.e. side chaining. So on our mix channel for this break, there is here gain reduction CV. Is that the same thing? How did I do this? I've done this before. Level CV in. Maybe I ran it to that. This is a bit of an experiment. I mean, I'm just finding a creative way to do triggered side chaining. Whoa! Huh, it's working. How do we... We've created a gate. That's pretty sick. Wow, we've created a gate. Hell yeah. It's not what I wanted, but that's super interesting. What we could do though is, yeah, this is very reason nerdy, so I apologize if I know I've got a bunch of people who watch that use Reaper or other programs. Sometimes I mess with FL. I'm going to reset that. So I'm going to go into, this is CV input 1. Okay. Maybe we don't want bipolar, we want like that. Unipolar is the word I'm looking for. Let's reset our volume on this break. Oh, there's no thing to do CV on, so let's make let's go with an Audiomatic. I use for the volume control sometimes, so I'll take the dry wet down and then I'll use this volume control. Let's see. So now we can go in here. Maybe you see where this is going. CV input 1. Going to... So yeah, Brandon, what DAW do you use or do you produce? I guess the first question. We've got some viewers on Twitch and some on YouTube at the moment. Input gain. Volume. But we're going to do it negatively, so I might have to go and bring the dogs inside in a minute. They seem to be causing crap. Let's go 0 dB. But then when that... So basically it's inverting the signal now, so... Bam! We have side chaining. And we can change it with this TV level. So it's being triggered by the gain reduction on this compressor. Ah, you know what I could also have done? I could have routed it into a pumper. I could have routed just the... So there's gate in, but there's also gate out. So I could, for example, if I take this gate out into another channel, now you'll see that work. Gate in, I don't know. Oh, it's 9. No, I don't see it. But anyway, you can use these. Hide some cables, please. See what's going on here. Yeah, you could use the gate out to trigger something as well. Oh, Adobe Audition, playing with music production in Reaper. Oh, sweet, man. Yeah, Audition's pretty cool. When I worked at a studio, we were running Pro Tools, but I think we used to use Audition for one or two things. Like I think you could analyze loudness in it or normalize. I think we sometimes use it for normalizing, like we'd bounce a bunch of stems and they needed to be a specific LUFS or something. And I seem to remember being able to do it in batches inside Audition. But I don't have it on this system anymore. Well, this is a desktop. I never took my desktop to work, let's put it that way. Used to have an old MacBook Pro from like 2007. I'm now looking for this compressor. We'd like it to react a bit quicker. There we go. I don't know if that'll work. Let's see. Trying to make room for the kick. Let's unsolder that brake. Thought of another trick. We could have the attack. We might not even need the side chaining then. Another option would be to reverse the phase of the kick. What plugin can I use to do that? Can I do it in the edit view? Reverse, normalize. Doesn't seem to have a phase invert option. Utilities, no. I think a mix channel has a phase invert. I suppose we could invert all the drums since it's in a combinator. Won't hurt. Up in the insert section here. Invert. Make sure it's drum. Main drums track. I feel like it's better except for the off kicks, the doo-doom. So it's on its own lane in the brake, so we can maybe move it in the brake. Let's join up all the brake. See, it's sort of flamming here. Oh, you know why that could be? There's a bit of shuffle. Ah, I'm a dum-dum. Oh yeah, now it sounds a bit more locked in. Okay, I'm gonna move on. Holy heck, that took a while. That was a side quest though, figuring out that gain reduction output. So I have my whole drum bus on a fader, but it doesn't affect the sends. Although most of the sends are inside the individual combinator at the moment. Can I do it in the mixer maybe? Grab all the drums, turn them down. That track, move this so we can see it again. That track, that track. So my only issue now, I think, is the kick and the bass are clashing. What I'm going to do is split it, I think. I think the easiest way to do it would be, right now we're just hearing this layer. I made another layer. I might use that later. But for now, I want to split this bass, which is the first subtractor, into 2 bands. So I'll just use the splitter for that. Sorry, the stereo imager acts as a splitter because you can solo the high band, tab to the back, and then output the low band out of the separate output. But before we do that, I'm going to drag in something holding shift. In this case, I would like pumper. I'm going to hold shift, drag it in. If you drag into the rack holding shift, it doesn't wire it. If you hold shift while it's in the rack, it maintains its wiring. Kind of odd, counterintuitive, but that is it. So I'm going to hook that up. And now we have the low end pulsing on quarter notes, but I'm going to set it to by MIDI. Hello OBS. And then one thing you could do is go to the pumper and tell it to receive notes. It's this little checkbox over here. But that'll trigger whenever the note plays. Doom. So every note would be ducking. That's not what we want. What we want it to do is to trigger it manually. So what I'll do is go... I really struggle to read this. Let's go CV input 1. Map it to pumper's trigger. So now we just need to send it the kick gate. Tab back to the back. Let's find our... Here is our kick. If I tab to the back, we're looking for gate out. Sure. And we're going to take that and stick it into the bass. It needs to show me more. Programmer. Ah, damn. We need to go into the CV input there. I'm just going to do it in reverse. Plug it into the gate out. And bam! Pumper is now, you can see it moving with the kick. So now just the sub is ducking. But it's everything below 787 Hertz. Let's make it much lower. Let's make it 150-ish. Now you can almost not hear that it's happening. If we solo the lows, you can clearly hear it. So now we've made space for the kick. In context. Maybe you can get away with a little bit more kick. So this was the original track that I made in 2001. I'm gonna get those dogs inside. One sec. Okay, so there's still lots of stuff we can do. Let's move this up to the very top. In fact, this should be on our reference track. It goes directly to the out, bypasses the master device. The way I've done that, by the way, is we go to the reference track. Where is it? Let's look for the track. Reference. The way I've done it is routed the direct out. I've connected that to this spider merger, and here is our master. So this is connected to the spider merger as well. So now that track direct out is going past the master, and then this merger goes to this monitoring chain. So we can see my loudness. We can see what it looks like in span. That's not looking too bad actually, but I'm just adding notes because I've been updating my template. So another thing I must do to this is enlarge span. So when I'm done streaming, I'll just make some tweaks. So basically after this, the cool thing then is because it's the splitter merger rather, is pre that monitoring chain, I can monitor this through there as well. Okay, so let's just turn it down. I'm curious how I got it so loud. I'm wondering if I was just digital clipping, because I don't think I knew what mastering was at that stage. So now we can monitor this inside the same chain. These other things are Smexoscope, a free oscilloscope. And this plugin, I made a video on this, by the way, a separate YouTube video, just showing stuff you can have on your monitoring chain and how to wire it up. So you can like mute frequencies, get it sounding like a telephone, or you can solo and you can define the crossovers. So this is handy for just comparing a reference track when you're like in the final mix stages. You can sort of go like that and then unsolo and listen to your track. Bumping. This is actually enlightening. You can now hear exactly what's going on down there. So we don't hear much click of the kick drum here. I thought we would, but we don't. So that's a super useful free, these are all free by the way. Isolate, ISOL8. Smexoscope was a little harder to find. You want obviously look for 64-bit. Sometimes it's written S and then bracket with around the M, S bracket, M bracket, exoscope. And then there's a light and dark version that were made 64-bit. What's useful is you can see if your kick still retains its like shape. It's also a good way to sort of check that nothing's clashing with your kick drum. But anyway, let's move along with this loop. And what shall we do next? There's also some dissonance in the pads. I was wondering if I should make a duplicate pad that maybe an octave up. Also name these tracks real quick. It's like a voice pad. Say voice pads, bass, main drums. Just call this break. Hats. Hats could have some verb on them. Yeah, if you double click on this header, it folds sections away. I like to have it quite folded. I like to just see my sends because I can get to the EQ from here, like on the track. Maybe this pad can be an octave up the next time round. I mean, duplicate it an octave up. change the velocity. I've got an idea for the end of this phrase. Just kick drums. Do the same on the drums. And then we can do a little break. Let's get the grid to like quarter notes. There we go. Pause there, and I'll maybe add the next sound in there. Oh, dogs. What is going on today? So I'll add the next sound on the one. And that sound will be that do 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 do. Let's figure out how what it sounded like. Okay, it kind of sounds like Maelstrom to me. Let's go back far. I wish there was a keyboard shortcut to just change grid. I know you can do this grid setting where it's adaptive. I find it confusing. I'm never sure, especially as you go deeper. Like, am I at 16ths or am I at 64ths? Then I start having to look, you know. I'd rather just know. Like in Reaper, I have Control 1 as 1 bar, Control 2 is quarter notes, Control 3 is eighth notes, Control 4 is 16ths, Control 5 is triplets, Control 6 is actually 4 bars. This is just customized in Reaper, my own settings. And 4 bar increments is quite useful sometimes, especially for nudging stuff left and right, just like, oh, I want this to start at the next section. Something I miss big time when I'm using another program. Okay. So we want Maelstrom. So one part of my workflow, you'll notice I've got a lot of combinators. I group things just habitually in case I need to put another layer of instruments inside being played by the same notes. You can group things after the fact, but then they don't have a mixer. Like if you click on a synth and you can go combine. But then the new combinator doesn't have a mixer in it. So it's like, what am I combining it with? Then I have to like unwire it and then add a mixer in and then wire it back together. And then sometimes also the MIDI will be on the instrument channel instead of on the combinator channel. And you've got to move the MIDI. So to avoid that, I have this, I call it a blank slate. Because it's an empty combinator with a mixer on it. And it's also got these scribble strips blanked out, because by default they say rotary 1, rotary 2. I'm like, no shit, guys. I'd rather see nothing until there's something there. Oops, I did the no mixer one. The no mixer one is handy for effect chains, like my monitoring chain obviously won't have a mixer in it because it's just receiving audio, sending them through a bunch of effects. So audio in, then through a bunch of effects, and then out there. So this is going into, where is it? Yeah, arrow down. Goes into this plugin, and from that, and then out up to the outputs. So this is just a combined chain of monitoring plugins, just so I can easily hide them. Kabam, gone. Yeah, so sidetracking. But it's useful to explain workflows. Some people don't use combinators at all. You'll notice like I've got this huge drum set up in a combinator in my template. Some people route each redrum instance, output to its own mixer channel. I kind of like using the mixers, especially with these broad EQs. I like to have them as sort of a busing stage EQ, sort of broadly, oh, this bunch of frequencies isn't right, rather than, oh, my hi-hat needs less of a specific frequency, and then that EQ is too broad. So it's personal taste. I could use it more broadly and then use all the effect sends on my individual drums, but I've just, because I'm familiar with how Reason used to work, I'm familiar with these mixers and their sends. I mean, I've seen people say, what is the point of these mixers? And it's like, oh boy, you're asking me. Lots and lots of things. So anyway, I wonder what I was playing. I'm not sure what I was playing, but let's just see. I feel like it was like, yeah, one of these. Oh, maybe that's what it was. So this track was in C minor, it seems. Or I suppose, yeah, C minor. I mean, was my first song, so to speak. So there's a lot of movement happening. I wonder if it was like that. This is basically like a wavetable. You can't load your own, but it's like if you turn the motion down, it's just playing the very first like wave. And if you move this index, it's kind of like where in the wavetable you are. But by default, it moves through it with motion, which you can speed up or slow down. You can also shift it. It seems to sort of add or subtract harmonics. I'm not actually sure what that does. It's quite nice. So started somewhere there. Now, it definitely has modulation. I'm wondering what modulation. Maybe it was filter? Filter. These are like two LFOs. We can map the second one to filter. Something like that. I mean, I know I would have programmed it in. I didn't have a MIDI keyboard back then. But we're not recreating this faithfully. Ah, my fingers are cold. I'm screwing up. What I will do as well is just turn back on this quantize during input. I think 75 will be fine. Could maybe give it some expression with velocity, so that velocity means something. Filter envelope, okay. We could access more modulation by using the combinator, but that won't be polyphonic. under the chat. So what I'm going to do, because I have my chat floating as well, so I'm seeing what you guys see. So I'll just add a random thing there so I can view the whole device. So velocity can go, oh, there's more. Ooh, it can do shift. So the harder I press, the more harmonics. Do volume. Level A, all right. Cool. I've got the wrong place. It's supposed to be down there, I think. Ah. Yeah, feel free to ask questions if anyone wants to know anything. I know there was at least one other reason user here earlier on. Sending it to my instrument group. Wondering what it needs. We just need some fine tuning on the velocities. Could make it wider with that unison again. I feel like it dilutes the sound if you put it as a like an insert. So what I usually do is I make it ascend. That's kind of cool. What I will also do is give it some character. I don't know. No. We could use cassette, which is a free plugin. It's called Tape Cassette. Tape Cassette 2. Oh, it's a VST3, damn. So what I'll use instead is Reactor. Reactor. Doop, doop, doop. Ah, see. Reactor. It's thinking. So in here, these are the sort of stock Reactor things, but there's also a user folder in your documents. So documents, native instruments, ensembles, and then I've downloaded a bunch of community ensembles, including TapeMate. Without. Okay, well, I've disabled the noise, so you can go edit. Whoops. The noise was coming through even when you turned it all the way down. If you click edit, sorry. I found under macro, I found this unit here. There was our noise. So I've muted it and saved it as a, like, overwritten that ensemble. I don't need it adding noise every time I use this. The cool thing about this is you can add like wow and flutter, so it does like warble. But it also adds a lot of character. We've already trimmed the high end, so you're not hearing it quite as much as you would otherwise. If I turn this off, there's our treble back. Just sort of narrows the bandwidth a little bit. You can also do a high, I suppose it's the low cut and the high cut. just a cool tape effect. You can also do squash. Sounds great on drums. In fact, we can copy it over to that break. The dirt, if you're pushing it, the sound is relatively soft, I think, so we're not hearing the dirt so much, but if you drive it like sound into here, you'll definitely hear the sort of distortion, and the wear is also cool. So there's another reactor ensemble that I'll add for some delay. Suppose I could just Control-Shift-Drag to duplicate this one. Let's name this one Tape Mate. Oops. Let's name this one Delay. So it's a modification of one of the stock delays. Apparently, I don't know the stock one, but I like this one, so I was like, cool. I'm sure I must play with the original one at some point. Do I want to save this preset? No. Normally overwrites, which isn't ideal. So with this, the one thing you have to be careful of, it's a freebie as well from the community, stereo tape delay. By default, it's on effects mode, which means this dry wet does nothing. So now we're just hearing wet, whereas here the dry wet has an effect. So at the moment it's on 3/16 notes. So now we've given a different time to the left and right. But it's also on ping pong. It says peepo somewhere. There. That's our ping pong switch. So without that, they'll just be independent left and right. Which is also cool. I think I also overwrote the default patch, so that it was on this mode and ping pong. But this delay just has a nice character. I hardly ever even touch the settings. I like the sound of it. I might turn down the feedback sometimes. Without tape, without delay. Maybe we do portamento. So with legato on, it only bends when you hold one note and then play another note. And then the glide, the portamento or glide, depending on the plugin you're using. Portamento is the sort of proper word for it, I guess, is how slowly or quickly it glides. From one note to the next. And without legato on this one, then every note glides and re-triggers. So when I hold one over the next, even because its polyphony is 1, it glides that note and re-triggers that new note, doesn't let the old one trail away. Some plugins like Serum, it says it's got an always switch, which means that it'll always bend. So the wording is slightly different on different synths. It's just something to look out for. should probably save. Already. Time is flying. The original track was just called Spook. I can't remember if that's an English word or if it's just an Afrikaans word. I'm South African. I think it is an English word though. Spook, as in ghost. Maybe it should always have the harmony. Good, just checking. Okay. Razor. Mute this. So yeah, if you don't have the on-screen keyboard open, like R is Razor. In fact, Q, W, E, R, they each have a different tool. Or is it Q, E, R? So R is the Razor. And then S turns off Snap. Man, we are under... So they did a sort of phased... Initially, they locked down hard. And then they said, okay, there's going to be stages. So then they said we're on stage 5. Stage 4 was like some essential businesses could operate. 3, a few more types of businesses could operate. I think we're on 3 at the moment, or maybe 2. At some point recently, restaurants were allowed to have seated customers again. For a while, I think from stage 3 it was deliveries only. Now they can have sit-down guests, but on stage 5 with the first lockdown they did, which was like basically end of March, beginning of April, they also did an alcohol ban and a cigarette ban, which is pretty hectic. And as of this past Sunday, like from stage somewhere mid-stage 3 or something, I think they brought back alcohol sales, but now they've banned them again because we're having a spike. And I guess it's just to help. There's so many like traumas in the hospital relating to alcohol that it just frees up the staff to deal with COVID by not having the alcohol sales. So I understand it, but what I don't understand, it's clearly corruption. The one politician who's in charge of a bunch of things seems to have family members in the cigarette business, so the cigarette ban has not been lifted. Which is the most absurd thing, because there's so many cigarettes on the black market, so they're no doubt still making money. It's in fact their businesses that are on the black market. It's hilarious. So yeah, we are currently no alcohol or cigarettes. I don't smoke. It matters to me in so much as I have friends who smoke and they're paying more for inferior product. Oh, really? You're going back in as well? Ah, man, it's hectic. The other thing about our most severe lockdown was we weren't allowed to even walk casually. Like, so our dogs were stuck inside for like 3 months, and it was initially, but no, sorry, it was April. It was just the whole of April. Maybe it was just that whole month. It was 5 weeks, I think. And it was initially supposed to be 3 weeks, so it was just like, it was not fun. And then there were like checkpoints, like going out of town, and you'd have to explain to them why you're on the road. You had to have a certificate. If there was a death, you had to like apply for a certificate to go to a funeral. Apparently, there've been drive-by funerals. Funny. It's a weird time to be alive. I want to try and mimic the bongos as like a counter melody. Do 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 do. Basically turn it into a melody. Or something. Let me line that section up so that I hear the reference. I keep forgetting what it would sound like translated to a melody. Kind of almost sounds cool as percussion, but I kind of just don't like the fakeness of it, even though I kind of like how it sounds. What can I use? Let's get our blank slate. And I mean, I feel like some of the chaos that's happened, like riots and stuff, I feel like some of it is just people going crazy on social media all day, not having work, only really seeing the worst of society online. I mean, nobody films the nice things that happen, you know? They don't go viral. And I mean, I think think more people have already died in rioting than people that have died to police brutality. So it's a strange one. I don't know. It's not like, I'm not saying it's not an issue. I just think things get blown a bit overboard. There's one thing to peacefully protest, another to burn buildings. So what am I doing here again? I'm wondering what kind of a sound it should be. Maybe a real sound, like one of these world instruments. Yeah, I mean, I live in South Africa, and I mean, I know it's anecdotal, but like my mother, her father was African American. She was actually born in LA, as far as I know. So she recently went to the States for the first time since she was like 4. And she's a little darker skin tone than I am, but not like majorly so. And she, anecdotal evidence again, is just she felt like there was way more racism there than here. In terms of it being an issue, I guess, which, like, even if people are trying to be nice, it's like it was more of an issue, more of a thing than she felt it here, which I find to be quite extraordinary, actually, given our history as a country. Yeah, I was reading that there were like black community members saying like you're hijacking our movement, and getting booed by like it's wild. I don't know. The whole thing is wild. It's hard to make heads or tails of it from afar. Also because like some of the media doesn't report on it, and then some of the media that does is sort of biased towards the right. It's, I don't know. It's hard to navigate, especially as a foreigner. I only take a sort of passing interest. Ah, this is so cool. Completely reimagining. This is so fun. Reimagining an old song of yours that didn't suck, because I'm glad there were other ones that I made even after this, although it was my first sort of reason track. There were other ones that sounded horrible. Totally awful. I actually would like the same effects chain. I feel like it's a little bit merciless on the CPU. Maybe what we should do is move this and this to sends. So let's close the master section. Let's maybe replace this delay with reactor. And open it up. Load that delay. Is it though? I mean, like, do you see them? Where do they? I mean, are they protesting in broad daylight? I don't know. I haven't really seen that much from afar of that sort of thing. I just mean in terms of day-to-day relations, like someone bumped someone else on the train and it became like a race issue, you know? That's the kind of stories I've heard from my mother. And this was already several years ago. But in terms of actual white supremacy, okay, I suppose you're talking about... Yeah, I'm in two minds about that. It's like, he hasn't... I mean, he hasn't... Has he outright condemned it? I feel like he has. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of weird framing that goes on when you read what he actually says versus what they say he was saying. So often it's like, it's just phrases taken out of context. So the waters are so muddied that you'd have to go line by line through like years of stuff that's... Yeah, I hear that. I hear that part of it. It's just, yeah. It's tricky to have a conversation about him because it's so blurry as to some of the things he has said or not said, or how it's framed in the media. It's certainly not a debate that I want to have in text. It drives ratings for the media to take things and frame them a certain way. And I think he doesn't really care to some degree. Because he knows he can do no right, basically. They're always going to take whatever he says to the worst degree. So I kind of find it important to look at both stories, both sides of it, and try and navigate it, even though it's not really possible. It's freaking difficult. But I feel like one has to try. And most people don't read the actual speech or hear the actual speech. They just get the soundbite. And that also bothers me, because then it's so hard to have a conversation with anyone because you don't know if they've read into it or not. And it's like, it's a case by case thing. I don't want to be like, oh, he didn't say that, or I don't know. It's just tricky. It's been made rather difficult. So I'm just moving this delay to a send because I now want to send two things. So I'd like the tape to stay on, but I don't need the delay on it anymore, because that will be send number 4. Settings were different. I had a shorter delay in the right ear. Or left, rather. Cool. And then the new sound was this one. I name this. What should we call it? It's almost like an ARP, but it's not really. And then let's just call this bongo lead. Let's send him. Send it to the instrument bus. Send it to the delay. Ooh. Oh wow, man. Yeah, take it easy. Enjoy. It's amazing how how many late people there are up really, really late. Catch you. Yeah, man. I'm sure I'll stream in the evening or another day. One of these days. That was very rough. Little misfires. I'm going to chop everything here. Start the whole thing earlier. Need to turn the input on this. I think that's a full phrase. Cobbled together a bit, but it was fun. Maybe the hi-hat should come in later. Okay, that can be a nice little turnaround later on, so for now... So we can just do a normal doo-doo-doo. Ooh, octave down, sure, why not? I like it a little loose. I think this one's a little late. Whoops. Why am I not seeing the grid? Weird. I'll just turn snap off. Can also make this a little later. Just make it slightly different from the first playthrough. Oh, there's two notes here. Here as well. Another thing we can do to make this slightly different is select them all, F8, give them no or very little quantize, but some randomness. I'm going to change this. I'll make that note earlier. Is there anyone else having a late night in the chat there? Still got a couple viewers. Probably work on this kick some more off stream. I'm gonna head off soon, I think. That first snare should have a fat spring reverb on it or something. And the hats should stop for a moment as well. Grid, let's go. 8. Turn snap off, get rid of that hat. I wonder what the crash in this kit sounds like. Snaps off, I'm not complaining. Rather soft. Oh, there's a crash. Slightly different from the general MIDI standard. I dig this. What I'd like to do is a spring on the snare. I wonder if it should be on the break snare. Or on this. Let's try on that. Seems to be the primary snare. So on our break, you can separate outputs, but I don't think we need to. I'm going to go for, again, reactive, funnily enough. As a send, though. There are more delays here that we can replace. I never use them. The only delay I really use is the echo sometimes. So I'm going to replace this delay. So now, instead of a delay, it's going to be Spring Tank, which is a factory library plugin. Effects. I must mess with some of these effects sometime, actually. I don't know them. The only one I really know is Spring Tank. So let's make sure it's all wet. And send our snare to it. So break. I think it's number 5. Yeah! Ah, sweet. That is so exactly what I wanted. Just turn it down a little. See if we can make it bigger. I might just EQ this. I think if I throw an EQ straight after it, it'll apply to that. Let's hope. Yeah. That's pretty sweet. So all we need to do now is automate the, I guess that. Suppose I could hit record. Okay, we need to maybe alt click it first so it adds a track lane for that. And then record it. Yeah, I think so. Still sounds odd to me. It could just be more of this frequency. I might also add a reverb after it. I try and use the reason stuff where possible. high pass it. Cool, I'm digging this. I need to go very shortly. I need to eat and pee. This is what we have so far. Hell yeah. Let's have a quick listen to what the reference was from 2001. The spirit of those bongos lives on in a melody now. I do like that fill though, that hi-hat fill. Find a way to make like a ride or even try and find some real hats doing a roll. Okay, no major changes the rest of the track. It's like 7 minutes long. So I do want to make that dissonant. The pads at some point, they like swarm. I think I played 2 notes on top of each other. Ooh, something sounded bad down there. But cool, thanks for tuning in. Let me see if there are enough people on Twitch for a raid. It looks like there are. So we can have a quick squiz on the Twitch. Whether or not those viewers are awake or not is another story. Or just lurking. All good. Okay, there are no music production channels that I am following that are live, just DJs. Here's one. Sweet. Let's surprise someone I don't follow with a raid. Oh, this sounds interesting. Ah, hell yeah. I'm down. Let's do it.
This is a different song than I think the one you heard. Pharaoh, I think.
Ooh.
Shit.
And anyone watching this on YouTube, you're a trooper. Thanks for tuning in. I will catch you guys another day. I'm not sure when I'll stream next. I have quite a bit of other work to do.
Let's just make a new like part over here.